to go ahead.
Girl, I wanna dance and shout and love out loud and come alive.
All right. We ready to go? Can y'all hear that? Kinda? Can we turn it up a little bit? Is that better? Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here just shortly with our lamb show. I'd like to first introduce our judge this morning. It's Mr. Troy Oliver, Sam Houston, eat 'em up, cats, graduate. He's been teaching ag for 28 years. He's currently an ag science teacher at Sealy High School. I've known Troy for a long time. You know, as colleagues, he's very passionate about ag, very successful ag program, loves dealing with students and youth. And, you know, his wife was an ag teacher for a while. She's in administration now, and he's got 3 kiddos, a couple graduates that also are passionate about livestock, and then one still in school. And we're glad that he's here with us today. All right, we're going to call Class 1. Class 1 lambs. It's going to be Shelby Harris, Charles C. Harris, Andy Bearden, Madison Sutton, Gracelyn Wynn, Andrew Alleman, Bella Mitchell, Ariel Arriaga, Riley Keefe, Catherine Redding, Isabella Marches, Madeline Mileski, and Skyland Richards. If y'all can make your way to the show arena. Also in the back, if you're not helping a lamb exhibitor, you don't have a wristband, make sure the aisles are clear so these kiddos can come up here and bring their animal safely.
Good morning. I was starting to wonder if everybody had left. It's quiet in here this morning. As a school teacher, we like a quiet classroom, but as a livestock judge, it makes me a little nervous when it gets that quiet in the barn. So as we go through the show this morning, let's pump it up for these kids. They've been working hard for a long time, and so we definitely appreciate all the work that went into preparing for this moment, this big stage under this beautiful barn, and we'll talk about that throughout the morning. I'll brag about your Tomball ISD and building this barn for your kids, and so it's just a real pleasure to be here. And so we'll talk as we go through the show, and it's going to be a really special morning as these guys come out and show these sheep, and then eventually into the goat show. And I know you've had a good show so far, and so we'll try to continue to keep that enthusiasm as we work through the show. This young lady brings the class winner. I think this is the combination sheep of the class. Whenever I say combinations, what am I talking about? Balance and structure come to the forefront on this sheep. At the same time, the muscularity is evident whether we're touching that one, putting our hands on it, grabbing that one, and just the handle that it gives. Those things all combine into the class-winning sheep. Elevated at its shoulder, laid back in its blade, extended in its front, level in its top. And then we talk about the geometry. Let's go to math class this morning. We're round in that leg shape. We're square in our top, and just a really nice balanced look. Front third, middle portion, and rear third all come together. Nice show weather to be your champion in this first class. Congratulations to you. The one right here in second, from a handle standpoint, from a composition of the muscle that it carries on its skeleton, it's the superior one in the class, no doubt about it. You put this guy on the move and you really question his build, his architecture, his structure. He wants to get straighter about that shoulder. Whenever he walks, that's why he wants to drop that nose out in front of him. It makes him get really tight in that upper portion of his spine. But you do a phenomenal job of stopping, setting him up, and taking all that out of him. And so it leaves me with one factor as once you get him stopped, and that's his balance. He's heavier in his chest. He's higher in his flank. So he doesn't have that balance factor that our class winner has, but he is thick, and we appreciate that. Very logical second place sheep for me today. Congratulations to you. The one in third patterns our class winner in the way that he's built and designed, but he falls short of the muscularity that we have in the top two sheep. He's more angular about that leg shape, meaning triangles versus circles and squares, and so we'd like to change that geometry. But that's a nice looking ewe. She's elevated, she's extended, her angles are right, very attractive, very nicely done, getting her exhibited for us this morning. Congratulations to you. The one in fourth, back to that balance factor. She's heavier chested, she's higher in her flank, she's shorter about her shoulders. She's not as elevated and as attractive in her front end, but consequently that just makes her less overall balanced, and the build is just not as superior as we have in the top three. But I love this one's shape, especially over its rack. I like its loin, but then wants to taper into her pin set, taper into her hip there, and makes her more angular in her rear third. But a nice sheep falls into logical fourth. We'll talk about the fifth place sheep being an attractive one, but it's narrower gauge, narrower built, and steeper out of its hip, so the muscle shapes can't go into that one's body like we can in the top end of the class. The young man does a good job with one next. That one's shorter made, shorter stature from ears to blades, is not nearly as attractive from a show animal look that we had in the top end of the class. That one's got a good rack that really gets flat on either side of its loin compared to the ones ahead of them, but better than the ones that follow. Really nice class. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause as we kick off the Lamb Show.
Placings for Class 1. First goes to Bella Mitchell. Second, Riley Keefe. Third, Maddie Molesky. Fourth, Izzy Marches. Fifth, Skyland Richards. 6th, Andrew Alleman. 7th, Madison Sutton. 8th, Gracelyn Nguyen. 9th, Andy Bearden. 10th, Catherine Redding. 11th, Ariel, sorry. 12th, Shelby Harris. 13th, Charles C. Harris. Congratulations. Coming back for showmanship, Andrew Alleman, Bella Mitchell, Riley Keefe, and Madeline Molesky. Class 2 is Paula Berry, Morgan Adams, Kate Lighthall, Dakota Johnston, Randall Tidwell, Kylie Lighthall, Savannah Nichols, Audrey Haddon, Mallory Watson, Macy Geisler, Ethan Wall, Lydia Doge, Lillian Sherrill, and Madison Johnson.
Please remember, as a courteous to everyone, to stay off the railing. There is no sitting, standing, leaning, or crouching down by the arena panels. Thank you.
All right, as the applause starts to build, the smile starts to stretch just a little bit more, and so that's very rewarding over here. Hey, we've got good projects, well-fed sheep all the way through this class. So these exhibitors are on the rail that I don't speak about this morning. I'm impressed. I'm proud. You should be proud of the work that you contributed to raise this project. These are well-fed sheep. You're doing a good job showing them just those little things that we're looking for, those fundamentals of sorting that livestock that makes the difference. And we'll talk about the top end of this class. This is a balanced ewe right here. Front third, middle portion, rear third. She balances very nice, very proportional in the way that she's made. She's smooth from end to end. As I get my hands on her, the composition of that muscle is really impressive. She's square over her back. She's really wide over her loin. And she's the truest out of her dock. And dock being there where her tail should have been, she's so square out of that dock. And then we step back from her and we look at biggest in their forearm, roundest in her leg shape, and not surprisingly so, whenever we get over the back of her, we find that those complementary pieces in terms of muscularity. That's the class winner. Congratulations to you. The kind of the outlier in terms of breed character, in terms of look, is right here in second. This is a really attractive, especially the front two-thirds of this one. Tall-shouldered, long-fronted, just really refined and correct in the way that those angles work in the front end of that one's body. Love that one through about the middle of its loin, and then I begin to kind of fall off on that loin edge, and I want to taper into her pin set, into that Weathers pin set just a little bit compared to our class winner. So it's that squareness factor out of its dock, deep into its twist, and the turn into its hock from its leg muscle there that I would like to change the most. That would give that Weather a little more balanced look. If I had a little more proportional look to that muscle, I would drop that one in its flank, change the balance. But I love that one's front two-thirds. That's a pretty impressive job of feeding that one right there. Congratulations to you. And then we find a meat house right here, in a meat wagon in third. This lamb's kind of plain in terms of its bone, kind of more refined, not as elegant in its structure, not as attractive as in its build, but the well-fed handle that one presents is spot on. Whenever you get over the top of that one, he's the squarest out of his blades. He's bold in his loin, and he carries that thickness all the way through his pins. He's the deep-legged one with a lot of turn and stifle-to-stifle dimension. Just need more ruggedness and a little more attractive build to sort that one any higher. Excellent job of exhibiting that one. Kind of a challenging one right here in fourth. I don't like this one's architecture, its build, its design, the way that it's configured in its skeleton. It wants to break behind its shoulder, get tight up there in the top of its loin, and kind of roll to it and taper to its hip and into its dock. But when you talk about a muscle with its hard and has a composition that's impressive, you touch that one and you're immediately like, wow, you've been feeding this one right, you've been exercising this one right. That's the one that, from a cutability standpoint, I like that one the best in the class. Congratulations to you. That's a nice sheep right there in fourth. The one that's in fifth, it's got a little more bone, a little more look, a little more ruggedness to it. But ultimately, that one's got to be square and fresher down the top side of its body compared to the top four. The one that's next, we'll call this one conventional. Deeper bodied, shorter shouldered, not as attractive from a show weather or show you kind of look to them. We want to extend that one, kind of pull those ears up into that FFA emblem just a little bit, and you can't change that. You've nailed it. That's a good showman right there. Congratulations to you. A couple that come next get narrower and flatter about the middle portion of their body. That changes their muscle design on the top. The young man's lamb next, he's got a good rack. He's got a pretty good leg. His loin edge is not nearly as aggressive as we'd like to find. And then we have a young lady that one's just not as fresh down the top. We could carry that same argument throughout. We've got to get a little more shape as we round out the class. Let's give them all a big round of applause this morning.
Placings for Class 2. First goes to Lydia Doge. Second, Lillian Sherrill. Third, Kate Lighthall. Fourth, Paula Berry. Fifth, Morgan Adams. Sixth, Kylie Lighthall. Seventh, Audrey Haddon. Eighth, Savannah Nichols. Ninth, Ethan Wall. And 10th, Macy Geisler. Coming back for showmanship in that class: Paula Berry, Kylie Lighthall, Savannah Nichols, Audrey Haddon, Mallory Watson, and Lillian Sherrill. Class 3 is going to be Lily Ulrich, Ellie Vest, Addison Patton, Caitlin Cox, Ava Negron, Caitlin Rechtine, Tara Krutke, Brooklyn Van Nierkirk, Vanessa Kahn, Carissa Worth, Lily Armenta, Haley Cardona, Paige Bachman, and Katherine Johnson.
Also, attention to all lamb exhibitors. Please be with your lamb in your pen after you have shown. So to get ready for sale order, please stay with your lamb in your pen after you have shown to get ready for sale order. Attention in the barn. Just as a reminder, D&D will not be here tomorrow, so if you need to purchase any supplies or tack from them, please do so today because they will not be back tomorrow.
Really nice class of sheep. The young ladies have done a tremendous job feeding these guys and getting them ready to be shown, both in terms of showmanship, but also in that well-fed, well-hydrated touch that they're giving me. I think there's some give and take, and where you're going to put your priorities in this particular group. The one that sorts the way to the top is going to traditionally be one that checks the most boxes for me. I'll grant that this one's not the tallest shouldered, maybe not the most attractive, but at the same time, the design is still pretty true for this one. When you touch that one, that's where you got to drive this one to the top. The skeleton is good enough. The touch, the density, the composition to that one's hydration, to the way that that muscle sticks up on top of its blades, to the aggressive turn that that one has in its loin shape. And then you can see that same kind of boldness that it has about its muscle shapes. You can see that in the three-dimensional look that it gives you as you step back from this view. It has turned in its forearm. It's got turn in its lower portion of its leg. That muscle carries deep down into that one's hock, and I appreciate it. And then for that. And then whenever you talk about one being balanced, chest floor to rear flank, I think that one suits me pretty well. A little shorter shoulder, a little more conventional in its makeup, maybe compared to a few of these guys in here. Overall, that's the best one for me. Congratulations to you. The next best one in terms of that composition, in terms of that muscularity, in terms of that touch, the aggressive handle that that one gives is right here in second. I think that one balances up nearly as well as the class winner. The shape that that one has down into its lower portion of its leg, not nearly as impressive as our class winner, and that's where I draw the difference. She nailed it in terms of bracing that guy today. Congratulations to you. Nicely done. The one in three, whenever it comes in the ring and I see the expression that that one has in terms of that leg shape, it creases up in that lower leg and just catches your eye. That one being elevated at its shoulder and extended in its front and good about its angles catches you from the minute you walk into the ring. And then when you have somebody that can has the posture and the pose and can set one up like that, I'm continued to be drawn into you as a combination of animal and exhibitor that are going to drive their way to the top of the class. You check that one at the ground, big at the knee, big in its chest, and it's not quite as bold centered as the ones that preceded it in class, and I think that's where I slot you into third. Congratulations to you. This one here is an outlier of the group in terms of he's got a little darker look about his head, got a little more influence on the meat side of things, but we want to make that leg even better than it already is. Make that muscle come deeper. When you step in behind him, he's higher in his twist and not as deep in that stifle to stifle dimension as I have in the top three. You get on his loin edge, he's not as aggressive. From a build and a design standpoint, that dude's spot on. That's a nice sheep. Good weather, well fed. Congratulations to you. Young lady brings a big, bold bodied one in fifth. That one's deeper chested and higher flanked, and so that takes away from its balance. But ultimately, the thing that's most disappointing about that one compared to the ones ahead of them is on either side of those pin bones, that one wants to taper and get flatter. He's not as square about his hip as we have in the top end of the class, and I'd like to change that the most. Love his center body, love the squareness of his back shape, but as I transition into his hip, not quite as square. The one that's next, that one's a challenge. He's slick-legged, he's finer bone, and that's a bad combination, but whenever you handle his shapes, you really appreciate that one. But in the end, it's that frailness that needs to change and make him more rugged. That would be complementary trait to being big at the ground, big in his knee, and big in his chest, compared to those that stayed ahead of him. But I like that sheep, well fed. Young lady comes next. I got to get more aggressive about those shapes and level that one's hip compared to those up ahead of him. Smooth-hided one for sure. Love just the way he touches. Love the height of that one. The one that's next, deep twisted. Want to change that one's configuration just a little bit. We got some good-legged sheep that not quite as bold through their chest, not quite as opened up through their forerib, but man, they're fed well, and the young exhibitors have done a really good job all the way through this group. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 3. First goes to Caitlin Cox. Second, Ellie Vest. Third, Vanessa Kahn. Fourth, Lily Armenta. Fifth, Carissa Worth. Sixth, Paige Bachman. Seventh, Haley Cardona. Eighth, Lily Ulrich. Ninth, Addison Patton. And 10th, Brooklyn Van Niekirk. Class 4 exhibitors are Rodrigo Popoca, Reagan Dietert, Haley Norsworthy, Taylor Sansom, Keely Shinnick, Cooper Moss, Carly Maddox, Shaylee Morris, Caitlin Houghton, Josiah Houghton, Megan Thomas, Preston Berry, and Sienna Halfley.
Attention in the barn, lamb exhibitors. Remember, once you finish showing, you need to stay with your lamb to get ready for sale order. So please take your lamb back to your pen and then stay with your lamb in your pen until we get ready for sale order.
Really nice class of heavyweights. As a judge, you get excited about it as somebody that tries to influence and teach and help and guide in terms of feeding one. You get excited about these up here at the top end of the class. As someone that likes to guide and help and inspire showmanship, you get excited about this group as well. So really nice job all the way through. That's the challenge when you get these heavyweight sheep, is to keep them on that high cutability side, that trimness side, but at the same time keep some balance in them, but continue to let their power come to the forefront. I think this one is the best in all those things that I like to place a priority on. This ewe handles the best. No question about it, from this top end of this class, handles the best. Big and bold about its blades, square in those muscle shapes, dense and correct in terms of its composition. That muscle sits way down into that one's spine and sticks up way high on that one's body. So that means it's got thick muscles all the way down its top side. You can see that in the shape that it has. You can see that in the smoothness that it has from piece to piece. I'll grant you that it's not the most tucked up in its chest and the most elevated one, and not the most attractive in terms of its front end, but at the same time, when you go meat animal shape, that one has enough gap between first and second to push past those things that I'd like to change about its skeleton to make it just a little bit better. That's a meat animal right there. That ewe is well fed. She wins the class today. Congratulations. The Shar-Pei here, the wrinkled up one, and that has nothing to do with the way this one's going to sit and place today. That's just an ID for this one. A little more wrinkled about its hide. But ultimately, the most disappointing thing, and then we're going to brag about this one, is that loin edge. It wants to get flatter. It doesn't tie in from its loin into its leg as well. It's not as opened up about that one's blades as the one that wins. And after that, I love the elevation. I love the extension. I love the angles. Love the correctness of skeleton. I like the shapes that this one has, especially in that big, dense leg that one carries in its. Whenever it gets out and moves, that's an athletic one. I like that one's build. I just like to make it just a touch smoother and more dense about that muscle. Well done. Nailed it on showmanship today as well. Young man's working hard out here. That sheep wants to overdrive on him just a little bit. The thing that I'd like to change the most about that sheep is open it up out of her pin set just a little bit. Make that weather a little square all the way out. I'd like to take that same squareness and push a little bit more muscle on top of that one's blades. This one's the type of sheep that can sort to the top of the class. The competitiveness of this particular group sorts you into the third spot today. I like that sheep. I just need to be more aggressive, find more aggressive touch, compared to the top two, but I like that one's build, and especially the front 2/3 of that one. Nicely done exhibiting that guy for us. This young lady's got all she could out of this ewe. She's reached, Cinderella has turned back into a pumpkin, is looking for the glass slipper for sure in terms of maturity. That lamb wants to get deeper in its chest, higher in its flank, softer out of those pin sets, but you've done the right things in terms of a feed plan to make that one down its top hard and firm. It's just maturity caught up to that one, and I can't quite push it up any higher because of that. I like that one, but I just like the other ones a little bit better. Balance is the big factor in this clown-eyed sheep that comes next. I want to change that one in its rear flank, drop it. Conversely to the one that stands ahead of it, I'd like to make that one a little more mature. I think this lamb could have a little more time on feed. Fill it up in the middle of its body, drop it in its flank. That would give it more leg shape as well. A little more time, a little more development. That one gets disappointing compared to those ahead of them in terms of muscle shape. But from an attractive build standpoint, I like that one's shoulder. I like that one's angles. Very cool looking sheep. Nice job with his boots as well. The one that comes next, young man shows all he can into that one. He came out, a little bit of a rough start from a showmanship standpoint, but man, he's nailed it. He's dialed in. We can easily see that one's frailer about his foot size. His forearm's not nearly as rugged. Those same factors go into that sheep's makeup throughout his touch. He gets narrower gauged. He gets frailer about his features. He wants to taper into his pin set compared to the other ones. We like his outline in terms of just the levelness of his design, but we got to make him more rugged. The two that come next get narrower through their forerib compared to those ahead of them. That doesn't allow us more shape. Young lady that comes next right here, deep twisted one, nice development of the leg, but I got to get more aggressive on that loin edge. Young man came into the ring, he was pretty uptight. He's going to leave with a big smile on his face today. That's a good fed sheep, level top. He's got to be more opened up in his body. Same thing about the next ones. We got to firm these guys up, all three of those, to make them move up any higher in the class. Nice job. Big sheep mean a lot of time on feed, a lot of trips to the feed store, and definitely worth your applause as they leave the ring.
Placings for Class 4. First goes to Carly Maddox. Second, Shaylee Morris. Third, Josiah Houghton. Fourth, Taylor Sansom. Fifth, Keely Shinnick. Sixth, Preston Berry. Seventh, Megan Thomas. Eighth, Reagan Diedert. Ninth, Haley Norsworthy. And 10th, Rodrigo Popoca. Coming back for showmanship, Taylor Sansom, Keely Shinnick, Carly Maddox, Shaylee Morris, and Preston Berry. Okay, we will do Grand and Reserve Champion. Right now, we will do the selection of Grand and Reserve. Following Grand and Reserve Champion, we will have all of our showmanship students that were called back come for Champion Showman. We will select a Reserve Champion Showman. The Grand Champion Showman only is awarded a spot in the live auction. The Reserve Champion gets a belt buckle, though. And then after that, we will continue our sale order. We will sell a total of 14 lambs.
Let's hear a really big round of applause for our champion drive this morning. It's always a real pleasure to be invited to spend time with exhibitors, spend time with the stock, sorting through the stock, and spending time with kids that work hard. You add to that in a community with the tradition for the FFA and for investing in kids like we have here in Tomball, and it's even a greater pleasure for me. So thanks for the opportunity to be here today. It's just, as my week goes on, it's something that I've been looking forward to, and just can't express enough of the gratitude for the opportunity to come here. I'm not a big storyteller. I hope I don't get too long-winded, but one of the very first opportunities that I had to judge as an ag teacher, as someone that's passionate about helping kids, was right here in Tomball ISD, and I can tell you that the facility didn't look like this, for sure. It was over there behind the high school, and the ag teachers back then, Mr. Vosselin and Mr. Ellis, asked me to come spend some time with the exhibitors, talk to them about feeding, and then have a little clinic, and then have a show. And that was over 25 years ago whenever I did that. And so I've come back several times, and I'm always impressed with the passion. I'm always impressed with how much you care about your kids here in Tomball. And so I know that your ag teachers invest their life into helping your kids. I know your community invests, and we share a goal, however we say it, that good livestock raises great kids. And if we'll keep that in mind moving forward, that the work that you put into this project, whether you're in this drive or back in the barn, the work that you invested into this project will help you win, both not only today, but somewhere down the road. That value that you learn, those traits that you learn, those skills that you develop, that passion that you found through both in agriculture and in yourself will pay big dividends moving forward. So the chance to share that with you and remind you of that and be a part of that is something that I know Tomball believes in. Otherwise, they don't build this facility. So thanks to those people in this community that decided to make this happen. Thanks to your ag teachers. Thanks to your parents, your mentors, all those people that got you here today. Don't forget to thank them as well. We've got good stock out here, guys, in terms of you drew a number, you picked an animal, and then you fed it into the championship drive, and you've shown it in a way that allowed you to be in this position. So hats off and congratulations to each one of you. That's awesome. I mean, that's nothing short. I mean, you can't help but get excited about the work that you put into it and the results that you've achieved today. So congratulations to you. Don't forget this moment because it's special. And remember, it's a culmination of all those things and all that support that you got. We got some good ones. The weather that won Class 1 is a shapely dude for sure. He's an elevated one. We started off the show with one that fit those combination of things that I found. He's a little bit of a knucklehead in terms of he wants to wiggle, and the young ladies knows how to get him dialed in. He's got a touch that's pretty special whenever you reach in and grab him. He's built well. He's aggressive in his shapes. I like that one a bunch. And the one that was following him was ultra shapely, just not built as well. And I think that's where we found the distinction. A unique Class 2. That was maybe the most challenging class of the day in terms of finding the quality that I like in terms of the fundamentals. I found one that I think suited me the best. You can see that one in that one's shape. You put that guy on the move, he changes from an athleticism standpoint. He's a little scrunched up right there. He's got shapes, he's got back, he's got a lot of good build to him. And then an athlete over there that just needed to balance up and get a little more rugged in his shape was behind him. And then a pair right here from a fed standpoint really changed the dynamic of the show. You touch those and you find density, you find composition of muscle. It's at another level compared to most of them that we touched today. I love this one that stands out on the rail in terms of balance. There was some more attractive ones in that class, but there wasn't any two that were better in terms of their shape and their completeness, and all those things came together. You just can't overlook the shape, the muscle, and the good design that they have. Not the great design, but the good design and a great fed touch. And I appreciate that about both of those. more aggressive, higher quality stands on the one that stands up here closest to me as we sorted those. And then a really challenging top 3 or 4 out of those heavyweights. And in terms of quality, we had 2 that were really nice, built right there in 2, 3, 4. And then the one that sorted its way to the top does that again on that well-fed touch, those aggressive shapes, that good balance that one carries. I appreciate that one a great deal. There's a few that are just really competitive as we get out here and sort them. I'm going to handle them one more time, and then we'll get excited and we'll pick your champion today. Again, thanks for the opportunity to sort through the sheep. Look forward to the work the rest of the morning.
Your grand champion lamb goes to Caitlin Cox. Your reserve champion goes to Carly Maddox. Okay, we're gonna take a break and do showmanship first, and then we'll come back and do our sale order. So if y'all will just circle back right in front of the auction stand if you were called back for showmanship and line up like you did in class.
Attention in the barn. Remember, you may only be in the animal area if you have a wristband. Everyone else needs to exit the animal area. You must have a lamb, a goat, or a pig wristband to be back there. Anyone else, please exit now.
Really nice job of showmanship throughout the whole show, and these are our best that stand out here. Let's give them a round of applause this morning. Nicely done. I think you see some similarities in our front row here in terms of their body position in relationship to where the lamb's body is. The lamb's neck is perpendicular to the ground. Their chins are level. They're standing in a way that they're bracing. The animals are pushing and driving uphill. We're looking at the ceiling. We got 4 feet squarely on the ground. We're going uphill. At the same time, the exhibitor is not taking away from the lamb. We are pushing down low into their chest. That's one of the things, if we look at the front row compared to some on the back, it's where am I from my belt loops all the way to my calf. If I stay low, that lamb is much more comfortable in their ability and willingness to drive and show us those muscles that they have from the profile. Then whenever I put them on the move, so my front row is better on the move. They're not tugging and pulling. If we always remember that showing sheep is a push and not a pull. Okay, we're pushing to the animals, we're not pulling. When we pull, we change their skeletons. And so the exhibitors on the front row do the best job. I like your posture. I like your poise. I like your presence. I like your pace, face, and place that you land whenever you set up these sheep. We could talk about all of them. We've got a champion out here. They win. My front row is all good. They win on once I put you in move, their ring presence. Okay, whenever we move in short spaces, how do you handle that move? What is the judge looking for whenever he is watching you walk your sheep? As you walk away, as you go corner to corner, or do you take and you cut off the spaces and you show me your lamb stepping in a short space without the view. You take away the view that I'm enjoying of your sheep. That plus whenever I touch them, how firm, how to the touch are they each time, those leg positions. Who's the quickest? Who's the best? Who wins the banner today? The young lady out here on the end, that's your champion. Congratulations. Yeah, that's okay. Hey, you got it. Here, Hey, that lamb right there has had plenty of work, so for the chance for him to get loose and enjoy a little victory lap while his exhibitor appreciates the work that she's put in. Hey, that's nothing to be disappointed about. That's all to be excited about. That's an outstanding pair right there. Hey, not to take anything away from everybody else that's standing out here. I think we all do a really good job. Who's the next best? All those things, all that presence, all those little things that go into drawing me in as a showmanship judge, but at the same time making your lamb look the very best. Our reserve champion today is going to be Wrinkles over here. Congratulations to her.
Your champion showman goes to Taylor Sansom, and she will be in the live auction. Your reserve champion goes to Shaylee Morris. Okay, once he finishes up talking to these kiddos, we'll get everything lined up for our sale order. We will be selecting 11 additional since the showmanship was not granted reserve. So those 3 are in the live auction. We will select 11 more.
If you are in class 1 or 2, we need places 1 through 5 to make your way to the arena and get lined up. If you were in classes 3 or 4, we need 2nd through 6th to make your way to the arena to get lined up.
Okay, if you were 1st through 5th in each class, be prepared to get lined up. Lydia Dogay. Are you making your way to the arena, Lydia Dogay?
Class 4 lambs, 2nd through 6th, you need to make your way to the arena. Class 4 lambs, 2nd place through 6th, you need to make your way to the arena. That's Josiah Houghton, Taylor Sansom, not Taylor Sansom, sorry. Josiah Houghton, Keely Shinnick, Preston Berry, Megan Thomas.
If you are in class 4, bring your lamb. Megan Thomas. Megan Thomas, bring your lamb, please. Third overall is Ellie Vest.
Haley Cardona, make your way to the arena. Haley Cardona, make your way to the arena.
Fourth overall, Shaylee Morris. Fifth overall is Bella Mitchell. Sixth overall is Josiah Houghton.
Reagan DeDirt, please make your way to the arena. Reagan DeDirt, please make your way to the arena. Haley Cardona, please make your way to the arena. All lamb exhibitors, please stay with your lambs during sale order. You should be in your pen with your lamb. right now.
7th overall is Lydia Doge.
Kylie Lighthall, make your way to the arena.
8th overall is Vanessa Kahn.
Lily Ulrich, make your way to the arena.
Ninth overall is Lily Armenta.
Lily Ulrich, please make your way to the arena. Madison Cack, make your way to the arena. Cack. Patton.
10th overall goes to Riley Keefe.
Reagan DeDirt, please make your way to the arena.
Eleventh overall is Carissa Worth. Twelfth overall is Lillian Sherrill. Thirteenth overall goes to Maddie Molesky. Okay, our alternate, Keely Shinnick, is an alternate for the sales slot in case something happens to an animal or a student. Okay. Okay, we will start the goat show in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we'll have a short break. So, slightly before 11 o'clock, we will start the goat show.
Jacob Carley to come to the show ring. Jacob Carley.
Oh, it's been hitting. Are you kidding me? The first 8 weeks, I was like, this is for this job, it's awful to forget things. Terrible. Don't ever forget things. Try not to, anyway. Hey, you want to put all of these? Put all of these and then
Attention in the barn. I need Ava Negron to come to the drug testing area. Ava Negron, bring your sheep. Attention in the barn. I need Cooper Moss to come to the drug testing area with your with your sheep, sorry.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you are a lamb or goat exhibitor and you just received a ribbon, please do not tie it off to your gate or fence of your pen. They will eat it and you won't get another one. If you are in the back and you do not have a wristband for either pigs or goats, you need to remove yourself. If you do not have a wristband on in the back where the livestock are, you need to remove yourself immediately, please.
Attention in the barn, if you lost your 7th place class ribbon, we have it at the auction block.
Attention in the barn. This is a reminder that only water is allowed on the animals as they go to the show ring. No product whatsoever is allowed on the animals. Thank you.
If I could have your attention for just a second, there are people walking around with some buckets for a 50-50 raffle. We do this every year. Half of the funds that go in that bucket will go to the booster clubs, and the other half of the funds will go to the winner. So if you can support us, that would be great. Thanks.
Attention in the barn. Class 1 goats, begin lining up. Mr. Thomas will check you in and get you in line. Class 1 goats, make your way to the arena to line up.
All right, for those of y'all that might have just showed up to watch the goat show, I'd like to introduce our judge again. He also was with us with our lamb show. Mr. Troy Oliver, he's an ag teacher at Sealy. He, Sam Houston graduate. And we welcome him back again to work with our kiddos. He's great with kids. He's very successful as a livestock coach and several other things in that industry. His own kids show livestock, and we're glad he's here to select our goats again.
All right. Looking forward to the goat show here. Really nice class. Hey, great job feeding these guys. Good set of goats. Looking forward to sorting them. The students have worked hard feeding them. You've got some really good muscles here as we talk about this top end market goat. Meat type animal shape, definitely evident in this group. That's an indication of good goats, and at the same time well-fed appearing goats as well. There's some differences between the first and second place goat. I think when you talk about the perfection in their skeleton or closer to being ideal in their skeleton, the angles of this one that stands out front are a little bit better. What am I talking about? Laid back in his shoulder blade, extended in his front. That allows him to be leveler down his top, leveler out of his hip, and square behind his blades all at the same time. If you evaluate him at the ground, he's bigger at the ground, bigger in his knee, rounder in his forerib. So that geometry continues to be just a little bit better in terms of design. That allows him to be heavier muscled because of that foundation that we've built that one on. You get your hands on him, he's compositionally spot on, deep in his muscle, fresh to the touch. Appreciate that goat a bunch from a build, design, and a composition standpoint. That's your class winner. Congratulations. I like this one right here too as well. Yeah, that's a big-footed one, a lot of forearm, plenty of rib shape. Compared to our class winner, just fell a little bit short in terms of just the integrity of his skeleton. That makes his pieces a little bit smaller. That makes his muscle fall just a little bit inferior to our class winner, but far ahead of the rest of them. Really nice pair of goats right there in 1 and 2. Congratulations to you. The 1 and 3 is a big-footed one. If I get excited about building livestock that are big at the ground, big at their knee, and opened up in their chest, that's the one that I like. I love his front 2/3 of that one's body. You grab over the back of him, that big forerib built on a big foundation allows for a big square back with a ton of dimension about his loin. But he gets steeper and shorter about his hip. His muscle doesn't carry down into his hock with that same aggressive turn that we had in our class, first and our second in class. Needs more leg shape to go on that big body, and I'd like that one even more. The pretty one right here in 4th, he stands narrower at the ground and frailer about his feature, but his integrity of his skeleton is pretty true. I like the way he's strong down his top. I like the extension that he has. You could make the argument that he's the prettiest goat of the class right here, and I think you'd be spot on. But when you grab him, he's not as aggressive, he's not as bold, he's not as opened up, and so he falls just a little bit short from a power standpoint compared to our top 3. Nice goat in 4. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, we want to open that guy up in his chest, open him up behind his blades, make him less angular over his top compared to the ones that stand up ahead of him. But he's got some fresh handle to him. The one that comes next, not as true in the top side of his body. He's frailer about his foot size and closes at the ground, and I think that'll be a consistent theme. We got to build them from the ground up. We got to put square shapes on those big frames, and then we got to make them fresh to the touch. And that's how we change as we work our way through the entire class. Nicely done by all of our exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause. Class 1, great start to your goat show.
Top 10 placings for Class 1. First goes to Carter Baker. Second, Joel Walker. Third, Kelsey Tejado. Fourth, William Junod. Fifth, Sophia Lowe. Sixth, Carter Beckman. Seventh, Megan Herring. Eighth, Emma Spain. Ninth, Louis Lira. And 10th, Emmy Yeager. Coming back for showmanship in Class 1, Megan Herring, Joel Walker, William Junod, and Carter Baker. Our Class 2 exhibitors are Lacey Walker, Ryan Bourne, Ariana Garcia, Kaden Neidick, Haley Escamilla, Juliana Marquez, Jay Annis, Hunter Lowe, Taylor Sansom, Kylie Scott, Kennedy Reed, Violet Phyllis, and Isabella Ponce.
Hey, Megan, I am super mom.
Hey guys, as a reminder, please don't stand at the railing. Make sure you're in a bleacher. Please don't stand at the railings. That way the people behind you in the bleachers can see.
Please do not stand on the railing. If you are taking pictures, kneeling, sitting, standing, please make your way to the bleachers.
nice class of goats here, well fed. I mean, we're getting some real muscle animal shape in here in terms of just getting these goats through and getting them to be, whenever I say getting them through, the feeding period presents so many challenges whenever you're talking about this type of goat, this type of time of year. And so whenever I get excited about the shapes that we're finding, it's because I know the challenges that you face to get them to this point. We got two thick ones right here in first and second. I think the one that I sort to the top is bigger about his pieces. We start at the ground. I think he hits the ground with more authority in terms of the dimension. That carries into his knee, up into his chest. He has a more opened up rib cage and a bigger back. That same aggressive turn to his top side of his body presents itself in terms of there behind his tail. Look behind his tail. He's got more shape. That circle extends past that tail down into his hock. He's got more muscle. He wins the class. Congratulations to you. The one in second, I prefer his chest floor and the elevation in his shoulder to our class winner. I like his shapes. I just land on one that had just a little bit more. That's a cool design one, fitted just right. I love the lines, the balance that he presents. I just needed just a little bit more goat for me to flip-flop that pair. Nicely done. I like that one a bunch right there in two. The one in third, firm and hard to the touch. Almost to a point where you could say we could handle just a little bit more in that goat in terms of condition. He gets a little more rigid down the top side of his spine, making his loin edge fall off, and just a little bit hard. That same maturity, if we had that down his loin, would soften him in his flank just a little bit, paint just a touch more of a balanced picture. I like that goat in third. He comes out, he just kind of sticks with me. I like the athletic move that he makes around the ring. That's a good one right there in three. Young man does a quiet but very good job of showing this fourth place goat. Levels him out well enough in terms of his top line. That goat, ultimately, he's got to have more leg shape compared to our top three. See there behind his pin bones, underneath his tail? He caves off. He gets very flat about that plane in his rear leg compared to the top three. Got a good goat in many other places. Congratulations to you. The one that's next, really the pair that are next, we need to open them up. If we let our eyes go to the ground, those goats don't stand on as much foundation as our top four. They want to narrow or taper to the ground, narrower about that chest. That makes them less opened up in their forerib and doesn't give me as much top shape compared to our top end of our class. But nice goats. I like the exhibitors from a showmanship standpoint right there in 5 and 6. Just needed more openness, more boldness, more ruggedness. The one that comes 7th and 8th are really a pair that's very similar. They get more angular over the top. The 7th one is just even frailer than the one that precedes it. And as we work our way down the class, it's the same thing we said last time. They get narrower at the ground and more angular. They're missing some pieces in terms of their skeletal makeup, but a really opened up, good body, well-fed look that all these exhibitors have been challenged to bring to me today, and I appreciate that. Join me in giving them a round of applause.
Okay, placings for Class 2. First goes to Taylor Sansom. Second, Kylie Scott. Third, Shay Annis. Fourth, Caden Neidick. Fifth, Lacey Walker. Sixth, Ryan Bourne. Seventh, Haley Escamilla. Eighth, Violet Phyllis. Ninth, Isabella Ponce. And 10th, Kennedy Reed. Coming back for showmanship in that class, Lacey Walker, Ryan Bourne, and Taylor Sansom. Class 3 goats consists of Emily Van Handel, Addison Herring, Michaela Miller, Casey Melton, Mallory Dykeman, Rylan Bradford, Sienna Hartman, Kinsey Matney, Taylor Pelser, Elizabeth Monzingo, Grace Wilganowski, Jonathan Krupa, and Dustin Carter.
Nice class of goats again. These young ladies and gentlemen are doing a nice job of getting them fed. We sort one to the top. It's just got more meat animal shapes. Ultimately, that's the factor that drives this one. I think you could make an argument that the one in second is built and designed with much more eye appeal, but the one standing out there is a big forearm, big back. Compositionally, that one's got a lot of muscle, a lot of flesh whenever you get your hands on it. You're very impressed with that one. Step back, you can see that one's got the creases and the turn to that lower leg that really stand out from a distance. I like that one to be your class winner. The one in second, definitely appreciate the shoulder, the angles of that front end, the extension from his ears down to his blades, the levelness of his design. But he stands on a frailer foot. He stands on a more closed up body cavity compared to our class winner. Ultimately, he doesn't have the shapes. He does have an exceptional build compared to those that stand on either side of him, but I need just a little more power in that one for me to flip-flop that top pair, but an easy choice to fall into the second hole. Right there in third, that's a big-footed one, gives the young lady a little bit of trouble as far as driving and going uphill, but let's measure that one's shapes. Foot size, forearm, dimension of the center portion of that one's body, and just a ton of shape in that one. Wants to get uncomfortable on the drive because of the way he's built. He's straighter about that shoulder. He falls in, gets less true behind his blades, higher at his hip and steeper to his pin bones compared to those that stood up ahead of him. That makes him the most uncomfortable in terms of pushing and driving and giving you that good level presentation. But there's a lot of shape in that one. Congratulations. The one in fourth does present a nice level top. Ultimately, I want to open that one up through its middle of its body. It gives me more 2D look than the ones that stand ahead of them, and I got to have just a little bit more squareness out of that one's tail, out of its pin set. That would drive a deeper twist with more aggressive turn to the lower portion of that one's body. But I love that one's lines. Love the chest floor to rear flank of that doe. It's hard not to get excited when that one comes in, see the athletic move that one hits the ground with. I think you're going to like that one. That's true. He stays out here in the top four. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next has to be bolder. Bolder at each point. See, that one wants to close up to the ground. That makes him get flatter sided, not as opened up in that forerib. Not as aggressive in the turn to the muscles in that one. The one that comes next, less trueness about that one, skeleton, compared to the one that stands right ahead of him, but a lot of good creased up shape starting to form. I'd like that muscle to have been further along. I think that goat's got an option to get even better in terms of his muscle if he had more of that opportunity moving forward. Next, we have two goats that are just frailer, not as bold. The young man does a really nice job with that one. And then the young lady, that goat's got to get truer about the top side of his body. We'll end this class different than the last one, saying that we needed to open them up at the ground and make them more bold through the middle of their body. These, we got to get more muscle on the top of those mature feet, knee, body cavities. They got to have more muscle compared to those that stood up ahead of them. But a nice, well-fed look throughout. All of them deserve a round of applause. They've spent a lot of early mornings, evenings, afternoons working these guys. I'm really proud of them.
Placings for Class 3 goats. First goes to Casey Melton. Second, Mallory Dykeman. Third, Rylan Bradford. Fourth, Michaela Miller. Fifth, Addie Herring. Sixth, Grace Wilganowski. Seventh, Jonathan Krupa. Eighth, Sienna Hartman. Ninth, Elizabeth Monzingo. And 10th, Emily Van Handel. Coming back for showmanship in that class, Michaela Miller, Casey Melton, Mallory Dykeman, and Rylan Bradford. Class 4 goats. Exhibitors are Travis Pelser, Willow Schwartz, Avery Sonsel, Carson Meredith, Dylan Jensen, Madison Cole, Paula Becerra, Gracie Cruz, Riley Meredith, Taylor Hilscher, Ella Rayborn, Tori Suchan, and Grayson Smith.
I thought he said it. Well, I thought he meant. Oh yeah, I got. He likes the mix. I didn't get anything else because I got stuff that I knew people would need it. I need it, and I won't eat anything other than. Yeah.
Another interesting class of goats as we work our way through the goat show. I think this is one of the more challenging classes of the day in terms of just finding one that clearly wins for us, but this young lady does bring the one that ultimately I land on in terms of skeleton and power. I think this one suits me the best. What I'd like to change most is give him more of a foot size, a bone size, a stoutness of his bone work compared to all three that stand behind him. I think when you grab that one and you read that one from a design standpoint, he's the combination and sorts his way to the top as the winner today. Congratulations to you. The one in second does have a lot of rib shape, stout, square in his chest, round in his lower leg. Appreciate that about him. I want to change his skeleton a little bit, extend him in his front, lay him back in his shoulder, strengthen him in his top line, level him about his hip. That's four things really quick that really aren't that bad, and you got a lot of power. You're going to be second place today. Congratulations to you. One that's designed really well. In fact, you can make the argument and win that argument that he's the best designed one of this top foursome. So true down his top side, strong, love the lines in terms of his chest floor to his rear flank. Angles are spot on. Ultimately, that one's got to have more shape. From his pin bones to his hock are straight right there. Not nearly as bold and aggressive in the lower portion of that leg. That's a high cut ability one for sure. He's lean. Maybe could have just a touch more. That would give him a more aggressive edge when we talk about his loin. But I love that one's design. Spots into the third hole for me today. Congratulations to you. He made you work right there, and I appreciate that. The one in fourth is a problem for me in terms of foot, forearm, dimension of the center portion of his body. That one suits me very well. I got to reconfigure that one from an architecture standpoint. You see, he gets off behind his shoulder, behind his blades, because he's off in his shoulder. He's steep to his hip, but again, he's the big-footed, big forearm, big skeleton one that's got just enough to overcome those deficiencies that he has in his makeup to sort him into the four hole. Nicely done, kind of battling through it. I like your intensity. Good job with that one. The one that comes next is just not as rugged. He needs more to him for me to sort that one up high. Then the young man kind of hangs around. That one gets weaker behind his blades, gets steep about his hip. He's frailer than some of them that stand ahead of him, but he's starting to get some fresh shape. But I really need to make that shape even more aggressive. Same thing through the middle of this class. Make those muscles even bolder, make those skeletons a little more correct in terms of their lines, and I'd appreciate them even more. But well-fed, look out, all of them got good bodies, well-fed look, can get out and lead, and so that tells me these guys have been working hard at the feed bucket. I want to give them a round of applause right there with you. Congratulations to each one of them.
All right, placings for Class 4. First goes to Willow Schwartz. Second, Travis Pelser. Third, Taylor Hilscher. Fourth, Grayson Smith. Fifth, Ella Rayborn. Sixth, Carson Meredith. Seventh, Dylan Jensen. Eighth, Riley Meredith. Ninth, Gracie Cruz. And 10th, Madison Cole. Coming back for showmanship in that class, Travis Pelser and Willow Schwartz. Class 5 exhibitors, our last class of goats for the day, and then we will pick our grand and reserve champion, and then showmanship after that, is Landon Leal, Aiden Lowry, Ella Bonnert, Grady Gassett, Grayson Gassett, Megan Winkleman, Kenzie Donnell, Avery Bolt, Joshua Eschleman, Kaylin Fisher, Veronica Perry, and Ethan Robertson.
heavyweight showdown out here in the last class of goats as we get ready to move into our champion drive. I think you got to give up some of your preference in terms of condition whenever we get to this stage. I think we've kind of reached that point where we're there. We've got enough of it. And then ultimately, after that, how do I kind of sort them? I think this one's got a big back, and he's got a big leg. We'd like to strengthen him behind his shoulder, no doubt about that. But I think he has the advantage in terms of lean muscle compared to the one that stands right behind him. I think he's deeper twisted. And then I think he's better at the ground in terms of his maturity that he presents in his pasture and his dew claw. From there down, I think there's a difference there. And so ultimately, he's the best one from a lean and muscularity standpoint. Congratulations to you. I like the intensity right there. She's spot on. She's ready to win out here. Congratulations to you. The young man brings one that just from the minute you see that one, you're like, okay, once I make the decision whether I can handle that one's condition, we're going to love that one because he fills your hand up. If we talked about classes 1, 2, and 3 and having some meat animal shape, I think we find it when we get to this heavyweight. Is he leaning up? Absolutely. Look at the crease that he has in his front shoulder, right there into his forearm, and just one continuing right there into his leg. There's enough leanness. He doesn't have quite the aggressive turn that our class winner has, but you could argue that he has the better skeleton of the two, but at the same time I would tell you that he's just a little deeper chested and more mature about the way that he comes into the ring today. Nice pair right there, flip-flop them, that's the way I see them. It gets challenging what to do with the third place goat for me because there's a lot of pieces I like about that one. I want to drop him in his flank. I want to make him more rugged compared to our top two in terms of his knee and forearm. I like his angles and his shoulder and his extension in his front. But ultimately, when you handle one and you're giving up that much in terms of power, dimension, and aggressive turn to that one's body, I think there's a difference. He falls into the third spot. Congratulations for that exhibitor. The 1 and 4. The 1 and 4 is a little bit of a fruit salad for me, meaning the parts just all come together in a way that you got to pick and choose what you like, and maybe you don't like all of it, and so just to try to find a way that one sorts for me is he's not as true in his skeleton. He's steeper about his hip. He's good in places. I love his leg shape. I like his forearm. You handle him over his blades, and he wants to pinch in his forerib just a little bit, but then opens up into a big back, and so he just doesn't fit for me. I can't sort him on a balance, just overall configuration of his traits to move him up any higher, but I would say I like that goat right there in fourth. That's a good, well-fed one. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, we got to change the foundation of really these two goats. They get narrower, they get more angular over the top, they don't get as aggressive in the turn to their loins compared to the ones up ahead of them, but they paint a nice picture. They're lean. I appreciate that about them in this particular lineup. Then we work our way. Look at the body shape in these guys. They present some top shape. We work our way down. We got boldness of skeleton, boldness and ruggedness of their design. That presents bigger shapes up top as we work our way down to less shape throughout. Really nice group of heavyweights. Good job feeding them. Appreciate each one of you.
All right, places for Class 5. First goes to Kenzie Donnell. Second, Ethan Robertson. Third, Aiden Lowry. Fourth, Megan Winkleman. Fifth, Joshua Eschleman. Sixth, Grayson Gassett. Seventh, Avery Bolt. Eighth, Kaylin Fisher. Ninth, Veronica Perry. And 10th, Landon Leal. Coming back for showmanship, Aiden Lowry, Grayson Gassett, Kenzie Donnell, and Josh Eschleman. Okay, we will now proceed to select our Grand Champion and Reserve Champion. Following the selection of Grand and Reserve, we will then do our Showmanship Champion. And after the Champion Showman, we will continue with our sale order. If you have a goat that is in the top probably 7 to 8 placings, you need to make sure you are with your goat. After showmanship, we will be calling for those goats to come for sale order. So please make sure you're in your pen.
Yeah, no, I got you. Oh, sorry. I was just saying, you have the one that tells you which ones they are. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There is no. Sorry.
Give our goat exhibitors a big round of applause this morning, this afternoon. Hey, the goat, feeding goats is, it's not for the weak at heart, no doubt about that. They send whatever blows through if it rains, they quit eating. If it gets cold, they quit eating. If it gets hot, they quit eating. And drench guns and trips to the feed store and buying a bucket of this and a bucket of that and fecal counts and stool trips and all those things just all come together in a set of challenges that you didn't know until you got into the goat business, what you were about to go through. So I have a lot of admiration for feeding goats and the challenges that it presents and just the problem solving that goes into it. And then you got to challenge yourself to do the work, and so it's a great project. And so I'm passionate about feeding livestock and the value that it holds. I said a few things in the lamb show, and I know some of you were in the building, and so I'm not going to repeat all of that except for just a few key things that are similar or maybe are right in tune with what I said earlier. You know, showing livestock, and good livestock raises great kids. So I'm going to say again, you come to a community like Tomball that's got a tradition of supporting their kids through the FFA program. I mean, a guy like me, even as I say those words and I think about the history of Tomball ISD, Tomball FFA, Tomball Memorial FFA, and the teachers and the students that I've encountered over a lifetime of being in this ag business and this FFA business, I'm just blown away by your community, and thanks for including me in your show today. So it's, you know, and if anybody doubts that, you know, just the people that I meet today, the people that I see today, this facility that you've built and provided for us to share our passion in this way through exhibiting livestock and remembering that work wins, and through all that we do, that we advocate for agriculture, but most importantly, we're in the kid business and we're preparing kids for whatever comes next. And for me, nothing prepares them for whatever comes next better than being in school Monday through Friday, doing something special before and after school in the barn somewhere, whether that's your barn, the ag barn, wherever it is, your mentor's barn, reflecting on that and giving thanks on Sundays. That's what raises good livestock that leads to great kids. And so if we always keep that at the forefront of what we do, we'll continue to serve in the best way possible. The future is bright for Tomball community because of the kids, the FFA members that I've encountered today, because of the investment that the ag teachers in your community make in them, because of the support that the parents give to those factors right there. It's just great to be a part of it today. We've got some good ones out here for our championship decision. I'm fortunate enough that I can reflect on maybe what it looked like last year. And so I like what we have. I like the passion that I saw from last year's group. I like the passion and the added value that you get in the group that stands here this year. Looks good. Let's talk about them. Let's go big to small, just to throw a curve in here. The big one, just had that one, big back, lots of shape. Talked about geometry all day long. We find it in that one. Circular in its leg shape, square in its back shape, pretty good about its angles. Could be stronger in its top, but we like that one a lot. Had a good one, heavy, thick one right over there behind it. A unique class right there, 4. 4 was a unique class. We kind of sorted some different ones there. Ultimately, one that kind of fits me from a design standpoint, works its way to the top and still has a lot of good, bold muscle shape. I like the one that stood behind it over there. Just needed to change that one's configuration just a little bit. And then one that had a lot of power in 3. Nice contrast between types that you find in here in the middle of the show. Power in the class winner, build in the second. Really nice pair, really good class right there. They get out here and they're competitive as we talk about each duo. I like both of those. The one that comes next as we work our way from biggest to smallest, nice pair right there. Well fed, well presented. Nailed it in terms of just combination of teamwork between exhibitor, well fed, well hydrated, well touched goats that are presented right in all ways. Differences, one's bolder, more rugged. Again, one's truer in its design that stands back there in second. Nice competitive duo, deserve to be out here. And then lightweights. We kicked off the show with a bang in terms of quality, in terms of muscle shapes, in terms of build and design. We find 2 that are pretty unique in that aspect. I like both of those goats. The one that was bigger in his back shape, more rugged in his design, more powerful in his touch, and at the same time, compositionally spot on. That one is very competitive as we stand here and talk. Great goat show. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll hand out your banner.
Grand champion goes to Carter Baker. Reserve champion goes to Taylor Sansom. Okay, we are going to take a break. We're going to do our showmanship champion next, and then we will continue sale order. So if all of you guys will just circle out right in front of the auction, we'll get you lined up right here for showmanship if you were called back for showmanship. And then everybody in the back, if you were called back for showmanship, make your way up here with your goat.
Last opportunity for me to be on the mic today. I definitely echo myself, I guess, and say thank you again for the chance to be here today. It's been a blast. I know you're looking forward to your hog show. You've got to start ramping up. That's always a fun time as you transition from one species to the other. Good luck with your auction tomorrow. I know there'll be a tremendous amount of support here in the community for the blue and gold and all their work. So good luck with that. Hey, we've got a good group of exhibitors out here. I visited with my back rail. You are finalists today in terms of coming back for showmanship. Look at yourself in terms of your body position as it relates to the goat. Being over in front of those goats, getting low into their chest. If their necks and chins are comfortable, they can drive uphill. If we're asking them to stand on their tippy toes, look at the ceiling of the barn, and then hold their breath, they're not going to stand there very long. We got to work in conjunction with them, work as a partnership, and as we ask them to brace. Really nice job. We bring the top end out here on the front row. I think they do the best job for me this trip into the ring today as they come in and out. I think you're my sixth best as we work through them. I like your body position. I like your intensity. I like all those little things that lead to a great experience and showing your goat the very best that it can be. I know we only have a couple of awards, but I think if the group that I coach are out here on the front row, they want to know where they land. Young lady, you're going to be sixth in the red-headed goat right here today. I think we get that goat just a touch stretched out sometimes, but a really nice job. Your presentation, your poise, your posture, very appealing in terms of where you position yourself for that goat. I like your intensity as well. I'd echo that 5 times if I continue to talk about you. She'll steer a hole in you. Appreciate that. This young lady right here in front of me, in the 4th spot, is going to be a 5th today in your senior in your showmanship. She does a nice job. Maybe we get over the top of that guy just a little bit. That doesn't add to the way he's built behind his blade. That makes him shorten just a little bit. And those are 2 of his weaknesses. I'd like to see you be a little softer and lift him up just a little bit. But he's always firm. He moves around the ring very well. Young lady over here on the end. That goat's the most immature, the one in the group, has to reset him. But once she gets him set, and even in class, she strikes a pose that's very, very attractive, and we appreciate that in terms of just showing that goat's lines off. Congratulations to you. You're 4th today. The young lady right here, the 2nd in line, she's going to be 3rd today. Outstanding job. She did a great job with her sheep. Shown a very competitive goat today. She spots on getting that goat propped up like that, bounces him and makes him, pushes that muscle up on top of his body. By the way he stands there, she braces low into his chest, uses the whole ring perfectly. Her ring presence is spot on. I think sometimes just a few little things sort them for me today in the goat showmanship. So you're going to be 3rd. The young man right here that had our champion goat, he's going to be our reserve exhibitor for showmanship. He's a rock star for me today in terms of just showing that goat. He nails it, outstanding, no criticism. And the one that takes a goat that's not as good and makes it look pretty special is right down here on the end. She'll be our champion.
Our champion showman earning a spot in the cell is Mallory Dykeman. Our reserve champion showman is Carter Baker, which is already in the cell. Class 1 goats. Class 1 goats. Huh? Class 1. If you are 2nd place through 7th, go ahead and bring your goat. 2nd through 7th. 8th through 12th, be on standby. Class 1. Class 2, if you are 2nd through 7th, go ahead and bring your goats. The rest be on standby. Class 3, 2nd through 7th, bring your goats. Sorry, first.
Miss Farthing.
Class 4, 1st through 6th, bring your goats, 1st through 6th. Class 5, 1st through 6th, bring your goats.
Kelsey Tejeda, please make your way to the arena. Kelsey Tejeda.
Haley Escamilla, 7th place out of class 2, bring your goat. Dylan Jensen, bring your goat. Third overall goes to Joel Walker. 4th overall goes to Casey Melton. 5th overall goes to Kenzie Donnell. 6th overall goes to Willow Schwartz. Seventh overall goes to Kylie Scott. 8th overall goes to Ethan Robertson.
Avery Bolt to the arena. Avery Bolt to the arena.
Ninth overall goes to Shay Annis. Tenth overall goes to Rylan Bradford. Eleventh overall goes to Aiden Lowry.
Kaylin Fisher to the arena. Kaylin Fisher. Avery Bolt to the arena. Avery Bolt.
12th overall goes to Travis Pelser. Haley Escamilla, bring your goat.
Riley Meredith to the arena.
Thirteenth overall goes to Megan Winkleman.
Kaylin Fisher to the arena. Veronica Perry to the arena.
Fourteenth overall goes to Michaela Miller. Fifteenth overall goes to Addison Herring. Sixteenth in the sale goes to Kelsey Tejado. We will now select a pre-sale. The pre-sale goat goes to Taylor Hilscher, and then we will select an alternate just in case something happens to the previous sale order kids. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Attention in the barn. We will start our swine show at 2 p.m. And as a reminder, here shortly we're going to start evacuating that area unless you have a wristband. Unless you have a wristband.
5. No, 6. Yeah, the blank ones are trash. Okay, swine. Okay, there's those. Okay. Those. Okay, this. And then, oh wait, this is all tough.
Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check. 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 Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check.
Who else needs a clipboard with this? Here. I have the one that we all write on. Here's another one. Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Tomball Agricultural Center. It's a joy and a pleasure to have each and every one of you here with us today for the first year of the FFA Ag Show. Check 1, 2. Good afternoon and welcome. Coming up later this afternoon will be the Swine
Attention in the
Show.
barn. If there are any parent volunteers that can help us during the swine show, please come over to the side of the auction block. If there are any parents that can volunteer during the swine show, please come over to the side of the auction block.
Once again, thank you for coming out and spending the afternoon with us here at the Tomball Agricultural Center. Good afternoon and welcome to the Tomball Agricultural Center. Better? Better. All right, that is 87 millisecond delay. Does it look all right? Better? Do you want more or less?
Yes, you can. I'll show you. Can we start announcing anybody without a Reddit? Emma, are you ready? Attention in the barn. Unless you have on a red wristband, you must leave the animal area. If you have an animal wristband or a red wristband, you need to be inside the pig pen. Okay. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated. You need a red wristband, sir?
This man needs a red wristband.
This man's allowed to go anywhere he wants.
I wouldn't complain if he did one, but
No one's gonna. Those of us that are yelling aren't gonna. Yeah, I'm working. Come here. Can you come here?
good spot what? To watch the Hope Show. Right here's the perfect one. Because right here you can.
Okay,
I've been watching the whole time.
this one's a little more complicated. There are two general precincts.
Garrett, can you grab that and just put it like down somewhere?
There
down?
are 15, so one, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, really? This isn't even going to be concerning me. This will be concerning Summer. Because I'll be back there.
Oh, then Summer knows what she's doing.
Okay, good. Thank God. Well, then she probably doesn't want me riding on this one. Because she didn't want that one last time. So that one's for her. I'll take that one. I'll be back.
Oh. Hey, do you think it would be a problem if I had her write this? No, but I'm going to give her the staff that has no one's on this side.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. D&D feed will be leaving at 5 o'clock, so if there's anything you think you might need, if you made the live auction, shampoo or whatever, they're out there till 5 o'clock today. All righty, we're gonna go ahead and call Class 1 pigs. So if you're Class 1 pigs, everybody clear the aisles and let's make way. Avery Bailey, Jasmine Prince, Parker Stokely, Anna Tillmans, Caden Carmen, Landon Reynolds, Laura Valdez, Sammy Crenshaw, Kennedy Salvato, Logan Bradford, Jordan Hughes, Kevin Stavanoa, Mackenzie Johnson, Brody Petrie, Reese Lee, Michaela Miller, and Adriana Escalante.
Okay, as we get started, I would like to introduce our pig judge for us today. His name is Kevin Lynch. He is the Chief Financial Officer at Splendora ISD. He's a recovering ag teacher, CTE director, owner of Lynch Livestock, small show pig producer near Cleveland. And most importantly, he is Sloan's Grumpy. He's a very proud grandpa. So please give him a round of applause and thank him for being here today.
Attention, if you are standing on the fence, please find a seat in the stands. There's a few, but please make your way. If you're sitting in the stands, maybe squish a little bit. But we need that clear so that people sitting down in the stands can actually see the show. Class 2 pigs, if you'll get by your pen. Class 2, go ahead and bring your pigs this direction. That's Austin Taylor, Emma Morgan, Caleb McKeska, Kaylee Stavanoa, Elijah Robles, Isaac Molesky, Kylie Williams, Reagan Snyder, Hayden Hunter, Riley Minette, Cassidy Marbury, Cameron Anderson, Reagan Walker, and Maria Da Silva. Go ahead and make your way up here with your pigs.
First and foremost, I'd just like to thank you guys of the team that made the phone call to bring me here today. Just an awesome facility. I understand the paint's still wet. That's a great thing. It's a super sign of support, and we'll talk about more of that later as the night goes on. But a really nice set of lightweights, and it takes a little bit to get in a rhythm in terms of 17 head in this class, but I think this young lady starts the class off with an easy class winner. One that just comes at you opened up, goes away opened up, and puts that feet right where they belong as it goes away. You get on top of this one from behind, a big bold shape down its top, a big hip, but one that's sound and flexible and can move great off of both ends, an easy class winner. We start to mix and match as we get down, but I think in terms of look from the side, elevation of shoulder, and total package that's still flexible on both ends, I think it's a simple second place hog here to go. Really got to admire his extra length up through his head and front end. Normally, he gets his old head up there and comes out of the top side of his shoulder blade where it belongs. Just not as square and shapely down his top as the class winner, but one that puts a lot of really good stuff together to win to second hole in this class. Coming here in third, here's the green one. You take this one and freshen this one up in its body condition. In other words, put a little more fat in this one. Really heavy structured, really goose fronted. That head's up there where it goes. Just needs to be a little bit more like me. Deeper bellied, bigger, softer, kind of more long in its condition as compared to the first two in that class. But really admire the design in that particular hog, the structure, the stoutness of bone and footwork. A very good hog to land third here in this particular class. Another heavy muscled one that comes out here in this class, extremely long-sided, tall-fronted, got a good look through its front end. Gets a little funny in its hip-loin junction as you view it from the profile. Gets a little rawer in its type and kind as compared to the two class winners as well. What you really got to admire is there's a lot of product in that one. Another one that's heavy structured, just like to fix him right there in the back third of his body. Coming out here in the 5-hole, one that just doesn't get as, hate to say it, as good looking as the 4 ahead of him in class. One that has a little more depth of neck and jowl, a little maybe not as trendy of a head and what have you there up through the front end. And just like to clean that up. Maybe put more shape down its back as you get on top of him. And when you go away, he's probably not as wide and square out of his hip and hind leg as you see in some of the hogs ahead of him class. But a really good set of lightweight, even better set of kids. Let's go on to your class 2 as you give these guys a good round of applause.
Placings for Class 1. First, Adriana Escalante. Second, Brody Petrie. Third, Avery Bailey. Fourth, Kennedy Salvado. Fifth, Kevin Savanoa. Sixth, Laura Valdez. Seventh, Sammy Crenshaw. Eighth, Jordan Hughes. Ninth, Parker Stokely. And 10th, Reese Lee. Called back for showmanship, Avery Bailey, Sammy Crenshaw, Brody Petrie, Reese Lee, Michaela Miller, and Adriana Escalante.
Class 3 pigs, attention in the back. Class 3 pigs. If you will start making your way to the arena, the exhibitors in Class 3 are John Brotherton, William Hollywood, Gentry Bass, Addison Thomas, Kellyanna Howard, Lane Gerngross, Bailey Brady, Kaylor Swarb, Julia Moore, Piper Fowler, Callie Odell, Emerson Quinn, Phoebe Fowler, Kayla Marbury, Lacey Gray, Angela Manjack, and Dustin Davis. Go ahead and bring your pigs to the arena.
Really nice class for your second class of the afternoon, and got a little give or take up here on the top three. And I think when it come up to you, this young ladies guild here, that's the one that just puts a lot of things together in a flexible package that's maybe not the biggest one in the class. I'd bet that in terms of weight-wise, probably one of the lightest ones in the class. But one that's heavy structured and tall at the point of the shoulder, really extended up to that head in front of you, and that neck set is perfect in that particular hog. But most importantly, just really drives a big hind leg as you get behind it and off to the side. That thing's got some reach and sets that hind foot down in the track of those front feet, one that balances up, in my mind, very good. Just a really logical place, as we had in the last class, to start this class off with. An easy winner in my mind. And I guess you come back here, I like the profile of this young man's hog real well in terms of that moderate length of body and still long and extended through his front end, not as long and cool fronted as the class winner, but one that you really have to admire for its type and kind from the side. And then you ask, well, why'd you set him third? Mainly, I see this one over here, even though it's maybe a rib longer body than an ideal in terms of balance from the profile. You get on top of this one, and he's got a big old back, got a big shape down his back, and a big square hip, heavy structured, and he too, when you get behind him, feet and legs are just near perfect. It really sets it down in the track of his front foot. One that you got to admire for that heaviness of structure. But most importantly, as you compare that hog to the one in third, this is the more flexible, sounder one out of his hip and hind leg. Again, really admire especially the skin and hair coat on this third place hog. Love to stop that one and take a picture because that's a really good look. But when you put this one off in gear, just gets off balance for me in terms of hip and hind leg and how that's used from back there as we compare him to the two ahead of him in class. But a very nice trio. Again, the blue one's a little bit of an outlier, but in terms of flexibility, base width, and power, I don't mind setting him in the second hole. Very good job, young lady, with the hog. That balances up real good for me. Coming here in fourth. This fourth place hog is a lot like my third place hog, but just maybe not as good going off his hind legs as the third place hog. You get behind him, he gets just a little round in his makeup. You can see how he wants to gather up under him just a little bit. Maybe not as thick in the lower third of his ham as the hogs ahead of him in class. But flexibility there is kind of the issue for him. Not as long and cool through his front end as the three ahead of him in class, but tall-shouldered, big shape down at the back. A very good hog to stand in the 4-hole. Another one coming here in 5 that you want to stop and take a backdrop picture with. Tall fronted, extended it up through that front end, level in his design. You probably want to build this one up a little bit, but most importantly, this one comes to me 2 base narrow and follows away in the same situation. Need to widen this thing up, put a little rounder forerib in this hog, which typically goes with wider based hogs. And this one comes up towards the very top of this class real quick if you make that change. Unfortunately, that's a genetic thing. There's not a whole lot in a bucket that you can fix that. They've got to be naturally wide, coming, going, and round rib for that to occur. But a beautiful picture from the side. Let's give these kids a good round of applause, and we'll go to your third class.
Placings for Class 2. First, Kaylee Savanoa. Second, Emma Morgan. Third, Cameron Anderson. Fourth, Kylie Williams. Fifth, Maria De Silva. Sixth, Reagan Snyder. Seventh, Isaac Molesky. Eighth, Hayden Hunter. Ninth, Cassidy Marbury. And 10th, Reagan Walker. Call back for showmanship, Emma Morgan, Kaylee Savanoa, and Elijah Robles.
Class 4 pigs. Class 4 pigs. Go ahead and bring your pigs. That's Kelly Brown, Ava Spangler, Faith Martin, Hampton Owen, Ronald Freeman, Reese Jones, Ethan Trammell, Peyton Gullingsrud, Chloe Diaz, Emily Ermis, Cade Rabel, Jacqueline Howard, Avery Trammell, Jackson Hickman, Owen Miller, Jonah Rushton, and Addison Sanfelipe. Go ahead and make your way to the show arena.
Let's give these kids a good round of applause in this class here. As we expect, we come to higher weights, we get more competition, more depth of class, and that's a good thing to see. Sometimes it slows us down a notch, but I'm going to be honest with you, I probably get more concerned in the bottom half of the class getting it exactly right as I do at the top class, because hogs just most times sort themselves. And there's more important decisions for me in that bottom half of the class, because that may be the difference between a kid making a sale or not. So I want to make sure I spend a little extra time there. I think what you've seen so far this afternoon is I'm going to use those ones that are opened up coming at me. They're opened up going away. They're square to the ground out of the top side of their skeleton. And then hopefully as flexible as can be when we do that. And with the young lady's belted hog that wins this particular class, that's kind of a pretty good look that you want to see from a profile standpoint. One that's extremely fresh and long and clean up through its front end, and I'll give her a little more credit and from standpoint is there was some time spent on that head, neck, and front end with a set of clippers that really helps change the look of hogs when we get out here for the last day of a feeding program. So really well presented, one that comes to me out the gate wide and square and sets feet and legs down where they need to be. You get behind that one and its feet and legs land where they're supposed to be. You get on the side profile and you see that rear foot come off the ground way behind that tail head, and that's one that's extremely flexible off both ends and still carrying quite a bit of product. You get up on top of her, big square back, round ribs, soggy bellied. Be honest, you know, she looks a little more moderate in her frame as compared to the pigs ahead of her in class. Maybe she would have landed in the last class with a little more comparison inside. There's too many good things right here to be cared about the moderate piece of that, because she's big enough, wins the class fairly easy. The one right here that I have to give up a little bit of base with in second place, I think this is one of the most freshly prepared hogs that we've seen throughout the day, especially for being a white one. That skin and hair is impeccable, and the young lady's done a really good job of keeping the white, the black, and everything kind of clean, fresh, and smooth. This young lady's obviously spent some time with a brush and some conditioner. This particular hog, again, comes at me a little narrower than I'd like, goes away in the same fashion, but the round ribs still enough product on both ends. Balances is enough for me. I guess if you're going to be any more critical, you'd say, hey, she's about a rib long-bodied in terms of balance as compared to either hog on front of her or behind. But one that's just prepared well, fresh, not many holes, a good place to land in the second hole. Coming out in third, another pig that's semi-fall free, one that's wide base and got some rib and body and muscle, wants to toe in just a little bit as it comes at me. Not as tall at the point of the throat of the shoulder, not as tall at the point of the shoulder, as long and clean up to his front end as the two hogs ahead of him in class, but acceptable enough in this particular drive and to land in the 3-hole. Nice job. Young lady coming in with the black one right here. Another hog that's kind of balances up a little bit. One that's got a lot of width and power and muscle. Just gets a little round of a hind end, not as square hipped, and doesn't want to take as long a step off those back two as compared to hogs ahead of him in class. But a lot of product, a lot of shape, and a lot of extra body width. We just got to make him go better off the hind legs. Coming out here in 5 is another long-sided one here that just needs to be fuller and fresher, I think, in terms of the hogs ahead of him class. Gets a little flat in its rib shape, not as round in its forerib as compared to some of the hogs ahead of it in class, but a very nice hog to stand right there in the 5th hole. Let's give these kids one more round of applause and we'll go to your next class.
Placings for Class 3. First, Kaylor Swarm. Second, Addison Thomas. Third, Lacey Gray. Fourth, Phoebe Fowler. Fifth, Callie Odell. Sixth, Emerson Quinn. Seventh, Piper Fowler. Eighth, Dustin Davis. Ninth, Kellyanna Howard. And 10th, Lane Gerngross. Called back for showmanship, Julia Moore, Callie Odell, and Lacey Gray.
Attention in the barn. If you lost a belt in the back women's restroom, there's a brown belt up here, and it was found in the very back of the barn, the women's restroom. Also, there is a tile, I think it's an air tag, that is located at the Booster Club table. So if you lost that, it's located at the Booster Club table. Okay, attention in the swine area. We're going to go ahead and call Class 5. Class 5 pigs. Bring your pigs up. It's Heidi Tannehill, Justin Doherty, Daniel O'Brien, Bailey Sesters, Jet Simpson, Clayton Hartman, Josie Davis, Taryn Zabagella, Alex Bordelin, Ian Burneth, Olivia Cupp, Cindy Selmer, Riley Tisdale, Samantha Paul, Claire LaCour, and Emma Sherman. Go ahead and make your way up here with your pigs.
Let's give these kids a round of applause in this particular class. Again, our class winners tend to sort themselves off throughout the day. We're going to use a young lady that sorts her way out of the top here fairly easy in my mind. One that does jump out there and wow you, but one that really puts a lot of good stuff together in a nice balanced up package. Comes at you wide, goes away from you wide. Got good enough shape down its back, tall at the point of the shoulder, long and cool up through its front end. A really fault-free kind of a deal that we use to win the class. Like, the real decision comes between 2 and 3, and there's some give and take between both of those. This one's not the tallest, coolest fronted one in the world, but this is the one when you get on top, it's got more width of back, more shape, more muscle as you go down there. But more importantly, when you get right behind her, she's as square from the top side of her hip to the ground. She puts those back feet in the tracks of her front feet. One that's really fault-free and flexible in terms of its movement. Big-legged, big-footed. You're going to be critical of that one. You'd like to clean it up in the lower one-third of her body, and especially up through that head and neck. We'd like to trim her just a notch up there in terms of fat cover through that jowl, but one that we're going to give up that just to get that extra freshness down her back, the squareness and hip and hind leg, and the flexibility out of both ends. Coming here in third, again, is one that you really got to admire from the side profile, especially as you compare it to the second place pig up through the front one-third of its body. I guess when you get on top of this one again, not as full and fresh on its top, maybe not as round in her forerib as the white hog and the black one ahead of her in class. You got to admire the heaviness of structure, and then when you get behind her, you just like to square her up completely from top to bottom through that hip and hind leg and where she places those back legs going away. Coming here in 3, another tall fronted, opened up kind of a deal that just gets a little flatter in her forerib as compared to the hogs ahead of in class. Not as wide coming and going. One that you, again, like the profile and the squareness of hip as compared to this third place in the last class. You just like to bust this one open in her forerib and follow as you go throughout that body and make her wider through the center portion of that body. and especially as she sets those hind legs down going away. Young man brings us a black one that just from a profile standpoint doesn't balance up as much for me as the 4 hogs in class. Just gets a little coarse down his top line. One that gets a little rounder in his hip and hind leg. Lots of muscle in this particular hog. Probably one of their heavier muscled pigs in class. Probably saw a litter mate placed down 4 or 5 places lower in this class with that kind of muscle shape and volume. They end up getting them a little coarse in their shoulder, but when you got a mire for a true raw product, that one's got a lot of pork right there. So the young man does a good job driving. So let's give these kids one more round and we'll go on to your next class.
Placings for Class 4. First, Avery Trammell. Second, Jonah Rushton. Third, Jacqueline Howard. Fourth, Ava Spangler. Fifth, Owen Miller. Sixth, Ethan Trammell. Seventh, Peyton Gullingsrud. Eighth, Emily Ermis. Ninth, Ronald Freeman. And 10th, Addison Sanfelipe. Callback for showmanship, Reese Jones, Chloe Diaz, Jacqueline Howard, and Avery Trammell.
Attention in the back in the pig barn. We're going to call class 6. If you're in class 6, swine, bring your pigs. That's Olivia Archer, Hannah Brinkley, Carson Wilganowski, Riley Doge, Colin Barnes, Zach Mead, Samantha Wall, Claire Frazier, Breitling Wharton, Beckett Moore, Colton Moss, Grace Medeiros, Carter Hosford, Joe Roberts, Caitlin Gee, and Macy Inman. Y'all go ahead and bring your pigs.
Let's give these kids a good round of applause. A little more heat on top, and definitely, again, the trend continues. We've got one that comes to win this particular drive and does it very handily. I think if you see this one come through the gate, she's open and square to the ground. She goes away in the same position. You get on top of her. She's got a big old back with a groove down it, but yet not just excessively hard. I got a real fresh look. Got a nice look up through her head and front end, and then you get on that hip and hind leg, and she can just go. That's a lot of product, a lot of massive structure, and uses it as flexible as you can make one go in a hog with this kind of power. Very nice job right here in the one hog. Coming in second and third, you can kind of play a game right there. You really love the profile of this particular hog, especially in terms of structure and heaviness of the shoulder blade and foot coming at you. I think when you really got to like that, but when you get critical as you compare this one to the hog ahead of her in class, she's not as opened up on either end and doesn't leave you with as much power and authority from behind as she goes, and not as trendy and cool up through his front end. But that's being pretty critical of a pretty nice kind of a hog. And I tell you, from a breeding standpoint, you don't know which one of those two are going to throw the best pigs, because they both make very good sows, and I wouldn't throw a rock at that second place hole for nothing. There's a whole world of wars that can fix the problem that she has. Very nice female to land two in that class. Coming here in third is one that you got to like, the extra power and mass and width that we talked about, that we were kind of lacking in the second place hog. Just doesn't put it all as pretty doesn't balance up as good as that pretty picture that we save in a profile standpoint. Has a little rounder over her hip and hind leg, which that wants to get her hind legs up under a bit. And one that's kind of the deciding factor between that. That's the one that definitely busted the gate doing 98 for this girl a while ago, and they had to take an extra trip or two around the ring. But I'm glad we slowed her down and we got a good look. Another one that's just heavy structured. You got to appreciate that head and jaw on this particular hog. Just like to square out through her hind leg, maybe pick her up at the point of the shoulder, just a knot. Very good pig to just stand there in three. Coming here, young man's got one that just got kind of out-horsed, I think, in terms of weight. One that you think the class before possibly he would have stuck out a little more, but really fault-free, kind of a hog that's not as big-footed, not as heavy structured as the 3 hogs ahead of him in class, but really a fault-free kind of a hog when you start talking about boldness of rib, shape of top, hip and hind leg, just not as stout in terms of feature, not as long and cool as up to that front end as the 3 heads ahead of it in class. But a very nice pig, and young man did a good job on hair and skin in that particular hog. Coming out next is this solid black one, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not anti-solid black show pigs. Now, from a breeder's standpoint, they're hard to sell because so many people are, but there's more and more of those things that are better than their white counterparts or their black and white counterparts, and this is one that is no different. From his hip forward, or a hip-loin junction forward, that's a very, very good show pig. Tall fronted, good looking up to his head and front and in, but just doesn't want to get off those hind legs like he should. It just needs to go. If we could fix that and make this one more flexible out back as it leaves us, that one goes on up to sit in the 2-hole, in my mind, fairly easy. Very good show pig. Just got to go off them hind legs better today. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll go on to your last class.
Placings for Class 5. First, Taryn Zabagela. Second, Cindy Selmer. Third, Heidi Tannehill. Fourth, Justin Doherty. Fifth, Josie Davis. Sixth, Riley Tisdale. Seventh, Daniel O'Brien. Eighth, Alex Bordelon. Ninth, Claire LaCour. 10th, Ian Bernath. Called back for showmanship is Daniel O'Brien and Josie Davis.
Hey, hey guys, on both sides, if y'all are standing along the rail, if you'll kind of make your way and try to find a seat, because if you're on the rail, you're possibly blocking someone from seeing. So if you're on the rail, please step back and get out of the view of people sitting in the bleachers. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. The Booster Club would like to announce that they're doing a 50-50 raffle. If you're not familiar with that, you make a cash donation, they draw a winner, and you get 50% of the money collected, and the Booster Club gets 50% of the money. So it could be a win-win. They're coming around with selling tickets for that, so if you're interested, catch someone, or after the swine show, or shortly after this class, they'll be collecting money for that as well.
That's probably the decision, and probably puts myself in the rifle scope from the stands, but you can flip these three any way you see them. All three of them, I think, have a pretty big hole, and it's just a matter of where you're going to weigh that. I'm going to go with the one that has the least issues, and mostly out of hip and hind end. Is he a little too much from behind going away? Probably so, but he can still use it. He still takes a long stride off that big leg. He's huge-legged, a little coarse in his bone, but yet he uses that much power and mass with enough flexibility as compared to the pig that's in second. One that's got a big back, long-sided, tall-fronted, clean enough up to his front end. Little old school for today's time, but I'm a little old school. We had a reserve Grand Bear in Denver in 2015, and he looks a lot like that one, but with just not as much power from behind. But that one is a real good show pig that's going to place at the top end of a lot of shows, being fault-free. Yes, he's got a big old butt, and he needs to tune that down just a little bit. But again, as compared to the hog that we have in second, that's the one that motors off his rear leg better. Young man brings one that is really, really good looking from the side, and he comes at you opened up and just kind of chiseled up through that jaw and got a great look. But he cannot get off his hind legs as compared to the hog ahead of him in class. He does track in line with his front feet, but if you view him from a profile standpoint, he's picking those hind legs up before they ever clear his tail head, and that's just a little too tight and a little too wound up for me in this particular drive. But you get on top of him from his hip loin forward, and I'm going to tell you, you can win a lot of shows with the rest of his body because he's big top, he's fresh, his skin and hair's good. Young man's got his head where it needs to be. He's just got to go off those hind legs better to win this particular class. Coming in third is the fault-free kind of a hog to a point. He's not as heavy structured as the two hogs ahead of him class. He's as wide open, or she is as wide open. She's as long or longer and cooler up through the front as the two ahead of him in class. Maybe not as round in the rib, not as big and square backed as the two ahead of him in class, but most definitely she has more flexibility out of her hind leg, mainly because she doesn't have as much power as those two. And then when you get to behind, she's not as square from her hip to the ground as those two hogs are. We'd like to square her up there just a bit, put a little more gas in her tank from behind, maybe put a little more stoutness as a structure compared to the two, but a really nice fall-free kind of a hog to stand in the three-hole, make a great female to go in the breeding pen down the road if that ever was an option, and I understand here it's not, so why are we talking about it? It's a good pig, okay? Good job, young man. This young man, he wins the Don't Quit Award because he was everywhere down there, somewhere around about 8th or 9th place, and worked his way back up to the four-hole with a really good kind of show pig. Well-balanced, heavy in the structure, round enough rib, maybe not as cool and trendy through her front end, not as tall at the point of the shoulder as the three hogs ahead of her in class, but a just nice, good, complete show pig to stand in the four-hole. Coming in fifth young man comes here, one that just doesn't balance up enough for me in terms of side. We talked about dropping the flank in this one, the rear flank right there, and that's kind of done with just more feed, more time, and hopefully that she has the genetics for that, or otherwise she's got to really like that bluebell like I do. That one, you drop her flank, she gets down in her back a little better and starts to look a little more soggy like the 3 or 4 ahead of her in class, and he moves on up. So let's give these guys a big round of applause. We're going to take a minute and bring all your class winners out and pick you a grand champion.
All swine exhibitors should be in their pen until the end of sale order. If you are up here now, you better get back to your pen quick.
give these kids a big round of applause. A lot of work goes into this. I go way back in the show pig deal. I was one of the founding members of the Texas Club Show Pig Association, the TCLA, that sat on those boards, had those two daughters go through and show, and now I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and y'all can rest them. Go ahead and rest them. 3-year-old granddaughter that probably started it a little early, 2.5. But she's, the grandfather on the top side of that pedigree has been in the show pig business for 50 years as a family. The grandfather on the bottom side of that pedigree has been in and out of it for the last 30 years. I hope she likes it because she doesn't really have a choice. As long as she gets ice cream and steak, she's fine. But that's where we raise kids, and that's what we do, and that's what we don't hunt, fish. We like to eat both of them, and thanks God we have friends that do, but this is what we do. And to walk into this facility today is something else. I've been around in East Montgomery County for 35 years. I started as teaching ag in '89 there, and I know a lot of the ag teachers that have worked in this district. There's a couple of old ones that still do, experienced ones that still do. And I know the effort that it takes to go into these programs and build. And when you turn around and look at this, it's pretty impressive. It's very impressive. Let's give your school board, your superintendent, your CED director. I mean, this is pretty cool stuff right here. It takes a lot to do that, and it takes really good ag teachers, really good parents that support really good ag teachers to build a relationship with the community and the district. It's an ongoing deal. And I've always said there's no room for politics in education, but this is the outcome of great politics and what happens in of taking care of good kids, good programs, and you guys are very fortunate to have this. I wouldn't want to see it any other way. So be thankful. You kids that are graduating, go off and get a job or go to school or do whatever it is, but take the skills that you learned, become that productive citizen, and come back here and volunteer to keep this going, because it's not easy, and especially in public education, the fight through every day, we need all the help we can get. So keep it up. Getting back to these good kids and their stock, y'all go ahead and crank them back up. We were probably the very first show in the country to start a draw show such as you guys in East Montgomery County. So I'm very familiar about how they pick their livestock and the process and where we're going to go to select sale order. And I'm proud that schools choose to do this, especially when you have a second high school involved or multiple high schools involved. You start having that camaraderie sometimes erode, just mainly because of competition. But it's good to come here and see these kids going. I love the draw situation. It's about the kids that hone their eye for selecting livestock and their ability to run that feed bucket. And this is the outcome of it. You come down to these 6, and I hope that from ring size you see the similarity in type and kind. You don't normally get that in a draw show. Normally you got a couple of outliers, and then it's a mix and match. And it kind of was in class, but the top end of classes kind of sorted themselves. And as you can see that they're very, very similar out here. Comes down to a couple of pigs out here in the ring for me. Not to take anything against any of the others. It's when it comes down to balance width and enough of the extras. I don't have to be the biggest topped or the biggest legged, but I want to put them together in a package that's flexible and balances up to the eye from the ringside. And when you get on top of them, you can see those extras and see them in motion. So I'm going to quit talking. I'm not very good at the speeches. I appreciate y'all having me. I'm going to go get your champion, and then we'll go get your reserve after that. Again, one more round for these kiddos.
Your grand champion pig goes to Kaylor Swarb.
That one hits me pretty hard when you get in and you get on top of it. Yes, it's not the biggest legged one in the group, but that one really puts everything together in a box with a long, cool giraffe front end, and you can land an airplane on her back and still flexible out of both ends. We come back with the second place in that particular class and a very nice show pig. I guess, again, it comes down to one or two others. I'll study them a minute, and then I'll shake the hand of your reserve grand.
Your reserve champion swine goes to Kaylee Stavanoa. Okay, real fast. We're going to explain showmanship. We're going to do it a little bit differently, so I need everyone to pay attention. We are going to call back classes 1 through 3 for showmanship first. He's going to go through those. He's going to select a few to stay here. Then the rest are going to go back. And then we're going to call showmanship from classes 4 through 6. You're going to make your way to the arena. He'll pick his few out of there. You'll stay here. The rest will go back. And then he will pick grand showman and reserve showman from those that he picked from the first 2 sections. So I'm going to call all students who were called back from showmanship so you know if you were called. And then I'm going to repeat classes 1 through 3 to come to the arena and wait for showmanship to start. Okay, so I'm going to call all students who are called back for showmanship. If you are not classes 1 through 3, then you need to stay back at your pin for right now. Class 1 called back for showmanship. Avery Bailey, Sammy Crenshaw, Brody Petrie, Reese Lee, Michaela Miller, Adriana Escalante. Class 2 called back for showmanship. Emma Morgan, Kaylee Savanoa, Elijah Robles. Class 3 called back for showmanship. Julia Moore, Callie Odell, and Lacey Gray. If I just called your name, you need to make your way to the arena for showmanship. Okay, I'm gonna announce classes 4 through 6 who were called back. You need to stay at your pin with your pig and be ready. Class 4 called back for showmanship. Reese Jones, Chloe Diaz, Jacqueline Howard, Avery Trammell. Class 5 called back for showmanship. Daniel O'Brien and Josie Davis. And class 6 called back for showmanship is Riley Dugay and Samantha Wall. So the students who should be making their way to the arena right now for showmanship are Avery Bailey, Sammy Crenshaw, Brody Petrie, Reese Lee, Michaela Miller, Adriana Escalante, Emma Morgan, Kaylee Savanoa, Elijah Robles, and Julia Moore, Callie Odell, and Lacey Gray. Everyone else needs to be back at their pins with their pig. And please clear all alleyways back in the animal area. If you do not have a pig wristband, you should not be back there.
Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We're going to keep about 5, I think, 4 or 5 on this top end, work this next group. Really good set of showmen here. I won't talk a whole lot, but I encourage you guys, go put your stock up, come back, watch the next drive, and then the championship, and then maybe pick up a point or two. Appreciate you all coming back. I appreciate your skills that it took to get to be asked back. So don't be taking it too hard if you didn't get put back in the pen in this particular run. All right, one more applause for them as we release them back to the barn.
Okay, classes 4 through 6 showmen. You can go ahead and start making your way to the arena and to the holding pen. That's Reese Jones, Chloe Diaz, Jacqueline Howard, Avery Trammell, Daniel O'Brien, Josie Davis, Riley Dugay, and Samantha Wall. If your name was just called, please make your way to the holding pen. At the conclusion, the judge will pick a champion showman. If they are not already in the sale, they will earn a sale spot. And then we will award reserved champion showman a ribbon. They will not be receiving a sale spot.
Let's give these guys and girls a big round of applause as we sort this drive off. We're going to excuse you guys that are left in the ring. I'll just encourage you guys to be more assertive in what you do. The eye contact is good and very good in most places, but more importantly, put that pig where it needs to be. Go put them things up, come back ringside. We're going to work these top 9 and pick you a champion and a reserve.
Attention in the animal barn. All pig exhibitors need to be in their pen with their pigs and ready for sale order. All pig exhibitors in your pen with your pig, ready for sale order.
give these kids a big round of applause. And really top-notch group, top to bottom here. And, do some different things that I prefer as a showmanship judge, and you'll have the next guy flip it on its ear, say it's totally different, what have you. But I have rhyme and reason behind what I do, and typically I make my sort right out of the gate. Normally, what I'd like to see those kids do, and what y'all need to understand, if you go to Houston, San Antonio, major stock shows, you've got about 3 seconds to show 3 views of your pig. You've got to show a chest view, side profile, and a look going away. And you got to do it all in that little space right there. And sometimes, depending on the show, like Dallas, you don't have half that room to do it. So you got to be on your game from the minute before that gate opens. When that gate opens, you got to be heads up and going. Come in, show 3 views, and then get out of the way. And to be honest, I may have not gotten all the 3 views, but everybody got out of the way, and they need to be commended to that. All throughout the showmanship piece, there wasn't one person that came back around while we're still bringing out of both heats. So let's give all the kids a big round of applause for that. So typically I'll take that exercise and I'll turn around and I'll look behind me and see who's still on their game, still working the arena back and forth behind me with minimal eye contact and minimal effort on their pig as not to not burn them up when I'm not looking. But if I turn around, you need to be on your game. And that's another sort that I will do. And I did that a time or two within both heats. Then I stayed facing that entry gate after the class was in. And my reasoning for that was to see who got to the judge first. You've got to get there, especially when you're in a sort where they're taking the ones that they like and pinning them. Now, if it's a situation like back in class where I was placing bottom up and we had some of those good sideline coaches saying, stay away or hide, they're right. If I'm placing bottom up, you need to not make it obvious, but don't be sitting there driving to me. Be driving, but try to stay back if you can. But that's a judgment that you got to figure out, hey, is he keeping them, the good ones, or is he placing bottom up? So if I'm pinning my good ones, you better be there. And that's that exercise. The other exercise is over here when I stood and there was a minimal space for those kids to get back in front of me. And kids, whether you believe it or not, I do not have eyes in the back of my head, okay? I never told my ag kids that, and I pretty well proved that I did sometimes. But I can't see you and your animal if you're behind me. So that thing is, I have peripheral vision from here to here, and that's where you want to be. You don't want to be back here or back here. And I look to see who came in, flipped it around over here, and came back through. And there's several of you did that, and I'm glad you did. Several of you may have heard this before. I don't know. I've got a good friend that swears up and down you're supposed to do laps. And I'm just trying to teach our 3-year-old to do laps, and she can do that. So let's flip it back and forth. Every judge has an optimal distance of where they want them. You can be too close, and most oftentimes that's the problem, and you can be too far away. For me, 12, 15 foot out in front, half the distance between here and that fence is perfect. Older I get, maybe I need them a little closer. Eyesight's not very good. But you couple all that together, and at this age group, I hate to pick on the 3 in the pen because there's 3 pretty good showmen over there. But they didn't shut their gate or they didn't lock it, and that's not good. So they will never do that again. I hope neither one of them are seniors, because one of them over there showing a white one's pretty good. And that was pretty fatal for her because she'd be in the top 3 or 4 for sure. and you other two young ladies are right on in there behind you. Obviously, you're in the top 9, but I'd put you up there towards the top as well. So we won't do that again. Gets down to this, yes, I get to pick 2. I think there's one that's done everything right. Even if I go back into the class when the young lady was showing, sorry. There's one other tool that I taught my girls that was always like a death nail in showmanship. And they stack the buckles and the jackets and everything with this, and it's a triangle. Okay, if a judge goes down on his knee, he normally wants to see chest floor. Go as far as you can, timely, and then dive in and go straight at it. Get within that, maybe no closer than 10 foot, and then spin off and go at an angle. And even if the judge is standing and he's got this much space, work the triangle, show the 3 views, dive in. If I'm that young lady, come in, dive in, go across, go away, dive back, however you want to do it. But when I see kids that use that triangle, I know they get it. And I know this isn't their first rodeo, and I know they've been at the top end of showmanship before. The young lady that's done that flawlessly for me today is this young lady right here in front of me. You're a champion. Good job. Absolutely where she needed to be when she needed to be there. When you get down to the next group for the next decision, it does come back to where there's some give and take here between several. And it's just a matter of eye contact, being where you're supposed to be, working that peripheral vision. And I think the young individual, and I'll go ahead and mention a couple of them. Young man with the blanket top hog there is one of those that did a great job. Young lady right there, a stare a hole through a 55-gallon drum. And she does a great job. Tends to get a little too far away for me at times, but yet does an awesome job of showing her stock. Young lady does a good job here. Young man's pig kind of quit on him a little bit, and he's been on the rail a little too much. Real calm, real cool right here. Maybe you need to amp that up just a notch. Be a little more intentional of being in that triangle thing because you're pretty cool and do a really good job. But I guess when you get to all the positives together, the one that was in the right spot the second most times is going to be the young man right here with the blanket top gilt.
Your champion showman is Adriana Escalante with a spot in the sale. And your reserve champion showman is Daniel O'Brien. All pig exhibitors, be in your pen with your pigs, ready for sale order. All pig exhibitors in your pen with your pig, ready for sale order.
We need Lacey Gray. Jonah Rushton. Carter Hosford, bring your pig. Avery Bailey. Avery Bailey, bring your pig. And then Kennedy Salvato, Kylie Williams, Phoebe Fowler, Jacqueline Howard, Heidi Tannehill, and Beckett Moore. Go ahead and start making your way up here. Kennedy Salvato, bring your pig. Kylie Williams, bring your pig. Phoebe Fowler, bring your pig. Jacqueline Howard, Heidi Tannehill, Beckett Moore. Third overall, Taryn Zabagella out of Class 5. Justin Daugherty, bring your pig. Fourth overall is Emma Morgan. Out of Class 2, Maria Da Silva, bring your pig. Fifth overall is Hannah Brinkley out of Class 6. Zach Mead, bring your pig. Sixth overall is Carter Hosford out of Class 6. Joe Roberts, bring your pig. Addison Thomas is 7th overall out of Class 3. Callie Odell, bring your pig.
Swine exhibitors, leave your brushes in your pen.
Eighth overall is Beckett Moore out of Class 6. Gracie Medeiros, bring your pig. Ninth overall is Cameron Anderson out of Class 2. Reagan Snyder, bring your pig. Tenth overall is Brody Petrie out of Class 1. Kevin Stavanoa, bring your pig. Eleventh overall is Cindy Selmer out of Class 5. Josie Davis, bring your pig. 12th overall is Kylie Williams out of Class 2. Isaac Molesky, bring your pig. Thirteenth overall is Heidi Tannehill out of Class 5. Riley Tisdale, bring your pig. Fourteenth overall is Avery Trammell out of Class 4. Ava Spangler, bring your pig. Fifteenth overall is Justin Doherty out of Class 5. Daniel O'Brien, bring your pig. Sixteenth overall is Zach Mead out of Class 6. Caitlin Gee, bring your pig. Seventeenth overall is Josie Davis out of Class 5. Alex Bordelin, bring your pig. Eighteenth overall is Maria Da Silva out of Class 2. Hayden Hunter, bring your pig. Nineteenth overall is Lacey Gray out of Class 3. Emerson Quinn, bring your pig. overall is Riley Tisdale out of Class 5. Claire LaCour, bring your pig. The 21st overall is Phoebe Fowler out of Class 3. Piper Fowler, bring your pig. '22nd overall is Reagan Snyder out of Class 2. '23rd in the sale is Daniel O'Brien. That will conclude the 24 sale slots total, and then we will select 2 pre-sale and an alternate just in case. Okay, the first pre-sale will be Callie Odell. The second pre-sale spot goes to Emerson Quinn. All right, this concludes our swine show. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. As a reminder, as soon as the kiddos and the pigs get back to their pens, we need quite a bit of help taking this arena down and doing some things. So if you don't have anything to rush off to, come help. And if you made live auction, for sure you need to come help.
Attention in the barn. I need the following students to make way to the drug test area. It is it's on the side where you exited the show ring. Adriana Escalante. Caden Carmen. Jacqueline Howard. Clayton Hartman. Olivia Cup. Claire Frazier. And Colton